Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to all the respected resource persons, faculty members, and dear participants to today's sessions of the Faculty Development Program. I'm Deepa, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, and I will be your host for this session. Today is day 6, the final day of the AICTE ATAL Academy sponsored 6-day online faculty development program on green transitions, leveraging digital tools, and strategic leadership for climate resilience. We have a packed schedule today with 3 insightful sessions and 3 expert resource persons joining us to guide the discussions. Let's begin our sessions with the blessing of Almighty.
अरूपा महात्मा चितानंद सारा अविद्या विरुद्धम विवेकम तरु तमसिंकृतान्ता तरूनी प्रकाशम् अजा सुचैतन्यमेकु अजाता नितान्ता सुचैतन्यमेकु
We now move on to the session 1, Citizenship for a Greener Tomorrow, the role of individuals in driving climate resilient societies. Before we proceed, I have a few requests to all the participants. Kindly ensure that your microphones are kept on mute to avoid the background noise. Please use the chat box for any queries or comments during the presentation. If you experience any technical difficulties, please let us know in the chat. Our technical team is on standby to assist you. Confirm that the slides are visible and the resource person is audible. Next, to formally commence today's program, I now invite Ms. Jinu Sabu, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Ms. Diva. Good afternoon to one and all. It's gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to today's session of our FDP. We are delighted by your presence and participation. On this occasion, we are truly honored to have with us our distinguished resource person, Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob. She is currently serving as Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Business Administration at Basilisk College, Kottayam. Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob has over 6 years of teaching experience, along with 4 years of research experience as a UGC Junior Research Fellow and 3 years of industry exposure, bringing together academic excellence, research insight, and practical knowledge. Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob holds qualifications including BBA, MBA in Finance, and MCOM, and has qualified NET in both Management and Commerce, along with JRF in Management. With several publications in Scopus Index and UGC Care listed journals, books, chapters, and paper presentation at reputed national and international conference, Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob has made significant contributions in areas such as digital marketing, consumer behavior, and social media marketing. Her expertise in academics, research, and leadership make her an ideal speaker for today's session on FDP. We are confident that her insight will enrich our understanding and inspire all participants. On behalf of our institution, and everyone present here. I extended a warm and heartfelt welcome to Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob, and thank you for sparing your valuable time to be with us today. I wish this session a great success and meaningful learning experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinu ma'am, for the warm welcome and introduction of our resource person. I now request Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob to kindly take over the session. Ma'am, would you kindly share your screen?
Yes, ma'am, we will
Yes,
unmute you
ma'am,
now.
we will unmute you now.
Ma'am, your PPT is visible. Please unmute your mic.
Yes, sir. Is it audible now, sir?
Yes, now it's audible, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Everything
Thank
is
you
fine.
so much, sir. Thank you so much. All right. A very good afternoon, one and all present today. First of all, I would like to thank the management and the staff members of Shantigiri College for giving me this wonderful opportunity to express my views on topic that is very dear to me, that is green citizenship or the saving of our planet with our green initiatives. I also thank Jinu ma'am for that wonderful introduction. I really don't know whether I can keep up with that expectations that you have given here. Anyway, so with that, let us come to the topics that we have in hand today, and that is citizenship for a greener tomorrow, the role of individuals in driving climate resilient societies. Now, over the last 5 days, I'm sure that the participants have already been bombarded with a lot of climate related or green related concepts that they very well know more than me. But here we will look into a very small and a simple topic that is called green citizenship. Now, though it is a very light topic, which all of you would, if you are all interactive, can be done very well, we probably will have to uh, you know, after the session, we have to make some decisions so that we become green citizen and we can take something from this online FTP as such. Now, what is green citizenship? Technically, or when if you try to define green citizenship, it is the responsible pro-environment behavior of an individual who act and participate in society as an agent of change. Simple, right? That means that we have to be responsible towards the environment. That is just the essence of being a green citizenship. It is a way we emphasize the connection between individual choices and the health of the planet as such. Though we are all minute individuals, we all have an impact on how we affect or impact on the earth as such and the health of the earth, the planet Earth that we have. It is said that the planet would have been much better if we were not born. I'm not saying about if I or you were not born, but human race as such, if it was not born, Earth would have been a healthier planet as such. And that is why at this moment, we have to think about concepts like green citizenship so that we leave the earth a better planet than how it was when we came to earth. This can be done individually. It can be done as we as a society. It can also be done we as a community and we as a state or even as a nation and the world over. But here we will look into how we can affect the community or the society or the world as such as an individual mostly, and thereby building a community that is aware of the concepts that is happening around us with relation to the sustainability of our nations. Now, generally speaking, green citizenship, which is also can be called as climate citizenship or ecological citizenship, is a shift from an individual focus on mitigating personal impact to a citizens actively engaging in the problems that we face with regard to environmental degradation. It is an expression of how connected you are with the world. Well, it is said that when it comes to green citizenship, we should understand, first of all, that the air we breathe, the water we use, the soil we use, the land we live on, is all shared with somebody else, not just the human beings who are living with us along this planet right now, but most of all, with the future societies that are going to come towards us, in the future societies, or the future generations that are going to be coming. Okay. Now, citizenship is in traditional sense. When we talk about citizenship, citizenship is defined as the way we act as an individual in our society. Mostly, when we talk about citizenship, we talk about the rights and duties that we have. What are our fundamental rights? What are our fundamental duties? Are all that we talk about when we talk about citizenship. But when we talk about green citizenship, it is a contractual relationship that we have with the individual planet. Now, how can this be done? This starts with environmental awareness and the act, and from there we become active climate citizens actually. Now, this environment awareness is what something that we've been learning all these through these, or probably you've been learning through all these sessions so far. Because we know that we are having a lot of negative changes in the environment. Over the last thousands of years of existence, what have we done? We made sure that the temperature of the earth is risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius, another 1.5 degrees Celsius, and the earth will face its doom. All these are things that we know. We know that climate change is real, right? Over the last couple of years, we have at the same time been um, affected by floods, droughts, landslides, and volcanoes. Then what is it? Wind, cyclones. So all these things are something that we always been affected by in the last couple of years. So we are aware how we are actually damaging the earth or the environment. Climate change is very real. So from that point of view, when we talk about digital citizenship, we are trying to make a paradigm shift. There is a change in the way we think about what we can do. See, initially, when we talked about how we are affecting climate change and all, we used to think that we have reduced our carbon footprint. That means how we negatively affect the earth, because just by mere existence, like just because we are living here, we are somehow negatively affecting. For example, you drive a car from one place to another. So there is carbon emission. So that is going towards the carbon greenhouse gases that we know, right? Then we are using electricity. Electricity is produced from coal, and burning coal again goes into carbon emissions. So these are all things that we know. So we can cut down all those things by making choices that would reduce the carbon footprint. That is the negative impact that we have. Like, for example, switch off the light. Those are things that we do negative. But the new paradigm shift says that from reducing carbon footprint, we should try to increase the climate handprint that we have on the society. Now, handprint measures the positive impact people have on the world around us, including you and me. Now, it counts the ways in which we can help reduce the change that are happening around us, because by mere existence, because we use, we survive, we breathe, we eat. So all these things actually reach to leads to environmental degradation as such. Now, green citizenship can be basically can be done into, can be talked about as four pillars of green citizenship. Now, these four pillars are awareness, action, advocacy, and accountability. All right. The four pillars of green citizenship are awareness. Now, awareness, like I said before, all of us are aware about all these things. We know that we are actually having a negative impact on the environment. But here, when it comes to green citizenship, it goes above and beyond. Most of the things that we do, we think that it is okay. It is not affecting us. Let's say we have a new EV vehicle. It is not affecting us. We are not printing a lot of paper. We are using digital mean communicate. That is not affecting us. But the fact is that even such small things are also increasing the greenhouse gases or degrading one or the other aspect of the environment, be it soil, be it air, be it water, whatever it is. Okay, so that is the kind of awareness. Those minute kind of awareness is what we are looking at, what we should look into when it comes to green citizenship. The second thing is action. That is, we have to make lifestyle and professional changes that again we'll be discussing in the following slides. And the third thing, the third pillar of green citizenship, advocacy. That is, we have to actively participate and voice out what we know about green citizenship. Probably that is what I am doing right now. See, I'm being a green citizenship by letting all my fellow professors know that green citizenship, everybody is equally important when it comes to being a green citizenship. And finally, it comes to accountability. So here we are moving from us and just lecturing to others. We are trying to, make sure that everybody is doing that, including the institutions that we work in, the government and the world at large, the other organizations. Everybody is held responsible for their action. So this is also, these are the four pillars of green citizenship. Now, once again, we just like to go through a little bit detail into all these four pillars of green citizenship. So we can think of it as a four-quadrant approach. That is, all these pillars are equally important now, and it is also cycle. Like just because we can never move from awareness to, let's say, awareness to accountability. We always have to be aware about the new threats that are coming in our organization. Okay, so when it comes to awareness, we all know that, like I said before, we know that global warming is real. The Earth's temperature is increased by 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's going to increase even more. And we most probably in the next 20, 30 years, let's say the next 50 years, most of the nations which are oceans nearby, those kind of the islands might be submerged. That we know cities like Mumbai, Kochi, and all these places actually have the threat of being submerged in water. It has already happened in one airport in Japan, where it was they had created an airport in Japan, artificially created actually, and because of global warming, we know that the sea level is rising and it has risen, and they were forced to shut down this. It's still partly working, but they were forced to shut down most of the operations of this Japanese airport. So it is a reality. So the first thing is, we know that global warming is real, but it is not just that. We have to understand why it is happening and how we are contributing towards it. So once again, it is understanding our carbon footprints, not just of your normal life, your digital life, what we eat. So all these things, what is the embodied energy? Like, how much are we spending? How much energy are we actually spending in doing each of things? Now, why should we be aware of this? We should be aware of this so that we can make informed decisions. So tomorrow when I make a call to from one person to other, or maybe when I buy a book, or maybe when I discard a book that is just half written, I should know it is a decision that I'm taking that is going against the world as such, against the ecological balance that I am looking for. Okay, so that is why awareness is the first pillar. The second pillar, as I said, is action. That is a lifestyle changes. Now, this is where the tangible application of our awareness comes in. Here's where we become practitioners. We practice what we are being what we are aware of. Okay. Now, this could include a lot of things that leads to lifestyle optimization. Now, these, I'm pretty sure we've heard about it everywhere. It's not something that is new. But again, once again, as professors, we have a real role to change the people around us. So that is why I'm again, once again, uh, telling all these things. I know you know all these things, but once again, okay. So we know how to use our life. For example, we know that instead of taking a car, we probably should use public transportation. We know that we probably should use share a car or share a cab. That is more optimal. We know that. So that is where we become practitioners. Now, shifting to, as professors, we can shift into digital only grading or paperless syllabi. So these are all actions that will lead to a better tomorrow, a greener planet. Okay. Now we'll once again come into these action in details in the coming slides. So I'm not going into it. So once again, it is about reducing your footprints and increasing your handprints. The third pillar is advocacy. That is, we are voicing or influencing others. Now, in this world of social media and considering our profession, it is going to be very easy for us to advocate what we know to others. Now, we can mentor students. We can make sure that our institution, even our institution, follows certain policies when it comes to green initiatives. See, there is a college in Kerala, Ernakulam, actually, I'm not naming the college. In that college, there is not even a single-use item, no, be it paper or even plastic. And they are not using plastic is something that we know, right? But this college has made it a policy not to even use single-use papers. Single-use papers is not a book, maybe a single-use paper plate, single-use paper glass. See, even a single-use paper glass, when we say paper glass, you don't imagine a glass that you make out of just water. Can it hold water? Anything? Most probably no, right? And it is not very thick so that it's just we can't say that the density of the paper is holding the water. No. So we can see that there's a thin layer of something inside that cup that is holding the water, that is helping it from not leaking out. So what do you think that is? There has to be some amount of non-biodegradable thing, even in a biodegradable uh, biodegradable plate or glass, right? So this college is completely shifted to glass or steel utensils and everything. Their plates was paper, not paper. Okay, so such kind of things even we can influence. So maybe here I'm proposing a green event policy for a college fest. That means no papers or less number of papers, lesser use of electricity, going more into digital. So all these things aspects are that we can do by advocacy. Now, why is advocacy important? Advocacy is important because see, once people keep on doing it, this becomes the norm or the normalization of the society that we say. It's a normalization of behavior. When everybody is doing something, it becomes a normal behavior. It might have been a very bad behavior earlier or something that is looked into. So now the society has accepted it as a normalcy. Okay, like there was a time when women or rather girls' childs were not given education. See, at that time, it was the right thing to do. The first or the few first girls who went into school for the first time were probably looked into with bad eyes. But then when every girl started getting education, that became the norm, right? That is just normal. If there is a girl who's not going to school, that would be the abnormal kind. The same thing will happen here also when we advocate or try to influence everybody else in the society about green citizenship or green behavior. And all of us start using only green or following green practices, then that becomes the norm in case of behavior also. Okay, so once again, just the four pillars. What are the four pillars? The first pillar was awareness. So we look into what we should learn. We have to learn about all the things that are there. The second pillar is action. That is, we have to try to maintain these actions in our life, or what we learn, we should practice in our life. The third pillar is advocacy. So that is, we are trying to tell others that we know. And the fourth pillar and the final pillar, the fourth and the final pillar is accountability. Now, this is something a little bit longer, I mean, a bigger thing. That is, once again, I told this before, that is, we are holding the larger institutions, larger systems, that is, our institutions, the corporations, and the government responsible for their environmental impact. So, this is very important. Why? Because, see, individually, we might be contributing to mostly, let's say, 30% of the greenhouse gases is being contributed by individuals. But most 70 of them are 70% of greenhouse gas emissions are done by institutions. Now, I'm not saying when I talk about institutions, I'm not saying it is government. It could be organizations, it could be companies, it could be companies that produce something. So all these things are hold. So it is important that we hold them also responsible when it comes to the accountability part of it. Now, what can we do? In a sense, we cannot do much as individuals, but as a collective of individuals, we can do much more. For example, in our institution, maybe we can ask for a green audit. Green audit is where we have to see how much of electricity we are using, how much of water we are using, where could have we saved this electricity or this water. So these all become part of green um, audit. Now, again, checking if the college new procurement list prioritizes energy efficient appliances. So we know why using energy efficient appliances or even an LED bulb is important as compared to a traditional bulb or a low energy efficient electric appliance, right? So these are things that we can do to make us the fourth pillar account for all these things. I'm not saying we should do. This is the fourth pillar of the citizenship, and the fourth pillar says that these are things that we should know. Now, here the goal is to ensure the green transition is not only in paper or it's just a lip service. It is actually measurable reality. So we should be able to measure what everybody is doing, what we are doing, what the institution is doing, what the corporations are doing, and what the government is doing. So that is what is called the accountability principle of green citizenship. So the four pillars of green citizenship. And with that, we go to the next level. That is, what are the levels of green citizenship? Now, when it comes to green citizenship, we know that we have to take actions at individuals, right? So as individuals, what can we do is what we learn from the levels of green citizenship. Okay. The first level is called the conscious consumer. The second level is called the cohesive practitioner. The third level is the active citizen. The first level is the conscious consumer. Now, we all begin as consumers. Before this, I said that it is not about what we consume or what we do, what we consume that makes us detrimental to the health of the earth or the environment that we live in. Just by being, that is, just our existence is a big what you say detriment to the existence, to the environment that we live in. But however, we cannot stop our existence, right? We can only make our existence a little lighter on the environment. So the first level is about what we consume. Why has the earth come into this? Think about it. Okay. Now, when do you think the greenhouse emission or the gas emission started? What are the greenhouse gases? We know that carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. We know that methane is a greenhouse gas. These are the obvious things that we know as greenhouse thing. Now, how did the carbon dioxide level increase? The carbon dioxide level increased because of a process called, let's say, any production process, which happened during the Industrial Revolution time, right? So after the Industrial Revolutions, new industries came. Now all these industries started producing a lot of goods, all of which aimed at making the life easy for all of us, right? Life is easier for us. Why? Because we have a washing machine, we have a mixer grinder, we have a car, we have even public service, bus service, for example. All these things are there, even our mobile. So all these things exist because we've been demanding it. So we as consumer has gone into something called consumerism, where we need everything. Why did China became so rich? Because people started demanding Chinese product. They started with low price products, or rather, what do you say? So, cheaper products, and cheaper than what we could produce, and they captured the world market, right? But why did they capture the world market? Because we started asking for all those things. See, we can very well scratch our back, but we buy the thing, that the scratcher, which has those plastic and the steel thing that we help us to scratch. So that is something that we didn't want, but we produced anyway because it was producible. So that's called consumerism. Now, therefore, the first level to become green consumer is that we should become an aware consumer. We should become a conscious consumer. We should decide before buying what we should buy. Or before buying, try to understand how each and every product is going to affect the environment that we live in. So that is the first level of um, being a green consumer, that is being a conscious consumer. Now, here we should go for eco-friendly products. We all know that, right? I mean, it's not a huge thing. It's going to be, we're going to buy an eco-friendly product. And the perspective or the philosophy behind being a conscious consumer is that anyway, I am harming the environment. So let me make a better choice to harm it a little less.
Sir, please mute your mic. Vanida ma'am, please mute your mic. Or Vanida ma'am, please mute your mic. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Michelle ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So that is what is called conscious consumerism. Okay. Now, we'll go to the examples of conscious consumerism. But before that, what is the limitations? See, ultimately, we are not replacing consumerism. We are not replacing consumerism as such. We're just replacing one product with the other. Okay. I hope you understand what conscious consumerism means. Okay. For example, we have a pen. A pen is basically made of a plastic. It has a plastic outing. It might have a plastic refill. Now, how can we be conscious about it? We can buy a product that is not fully made of plastic. So that is why we have these pens that are made of, let's say, some bamboo pens are there. We have our students making pens that are made of papers, so that they wind the paper around the refill. Okay, so those are all being part of conscious consumerism. Even changing our LED bulbs from bulbs to the LED bulbs. Yes, conscious consumerism. We are changing, moving from, let's say, a plastic bottle to a steel bottle. Conscious consumerism again. Not every possible by everybody, but then again, moving from diesel vehicles to EV vehicle, to some extent, they say it is conscious consumerism. So again, there are different layers to that particular statement. So I'm not going down into that. So these are all examples of conscious consumerism. Now with that, we would go into a small exercise where I want you to take some time, look around you, wherever you are sitting. Maybe you're outside. I mean, I can see that some of you probably is outside, problem with an online FTP. Just look around you and try to see if there is anything that is, that we can say as, that can be replaced by replaced by something that is less detrimental to the environment. Like, for example, I said, instead of a pen, we can use a paper pen or a bamboo pen. Instead of EV, we can use this thing. Now, for that, I have given, it's a small quiz kind of a thing. So there is a scan QR code. Most probably, most of you would be able to scan the QR code, but maybe it's for those who cannot scan the QR code. What I can do is I can give this as a, in the chat box also, maybe I'll give the link. Yes, I hope all of you able to do that now. So I hope you understood what I'm trying to say here. Can some one of the participant respond so that I know that people are able to see that.
Dear participants, please scan that one QR code or click that link.
No, it's okay. Yes. You need not give your name. You can just write, leave it blank if possible. Just give a number or something. I don't want anybody's name there. And it's not something that would, if it is okay, you can put in the chat box also. Even that is fine. Dear participants, can you see the responses? I think one person has just written environment, and I think another person has written no use of vehicles for less distance is also written here. Anybody else with anything else? Would you like to use the chat box?
Ma'am, in the chat box, it is eco-friendly, but brush is there. Someone is put in the chat
Okay.
box.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Eco-friendly brush, fine. So I think I would do that then. So when you go to the link, you will probably find something like this. And you have to give it your name. I'm giving my own name, so I'm just writing M. And my word, the option that I'm writing is eco-friendly brush. So this is all that you have to do when we're doing this exercise, okay? Yes, and that comes as a word cloud. Yeah, I guess somebody else has also written eco-friendly brush. That is why it is coming more, because I think two people have written eco-friendly brush. Anybody else with anything else? No, I can give you 2 more minutes. So yes, let's say take this eco-friendly. Yes, there's eco-friendly trunk cleaners are also there. Yes, very good. Because there is eco-friendly brush, eco-friendly trunk cleaners are there. Now please write even EVs is an example, electric vehicles is an example. So anyway, because of lack of time, I think we'll have to stop there. But thank you for the responses to all the participants who've responded so far. One more participant is typing. So let's just wait for that response also. No use of vehicles for less distance. Yes, that is also something that we can do. Like, for example, we can walk a little while. Yes, that is one choice that we can take. But we're talking about consumerism here. That is a choice that we would do to reduce our footprints rather than, yeah, yes, it is a choice that we would do to like reduce our footprints. So I'm stopped sharing then. I've given, we've got just few responses. One participant is still typing, but probably let us stop sharing now. And we focus more. So they have environment utensils, then friendly use of disposed. So I guess it means that we should stop using disposable things. Yes, that is something that we can do. Yeah, I guess these are things that you would mention. Now going back to the presentation, let's see what are things actually that we can do. Okay. So just give me 1 minute to present it. So most of you have mentioned a couple of things like use of eco-friendly products such as these, right? These. Okay. Now, toothbrush, eco-friendly toothpaste made from bamboo is something that can you see this thing, the slide in the picture downwards. So that is something that most people have been using nowadays, or at least few of us have been using nowadays. Yes, it is expensive compared to the normal plastic toothpaste that we have, but because of the advent of social media, people have been able to. People are realizing that there are products like that. That is one big thing that is there because everybody get to vocalize. Now, other things that we normally day-to-day things that we can change is one is for men, you can use a stainless steel razor instead of the disposable razor, the plastic razor that we use. See, we are all assuming that we are all the millennials and not the Gen Zs. We probably have seen our parents use these, our fathers use these stainless steel razors once upon a time. Even when you go to a barber shop earlier, we had those stainless steel things and not the plastic things that we could use and throw, right? So yes, so that is where you become a conscious consumer. Another example is recycles books and or even second-hand books for that reason. So recycled books are, I think IT has a lot of recycled books. They get books and they recycle them. So recycle books is another thing that we can use. And also while buying books for reading purposes, either you can use a secondhand book or go to take a membership in a library and then read. Yes, it is another thing that we don't read much nowadays. But then that is something, that is a thing that that is a quality that we normally give it to the Gen Zs and not to us. Shiva sir, there is a lot of people waiting in the lobby. Can you, um, you know, admit them? It keeps on coming
Yes,
in
yes,
my.
definitely, ma'am. Definitely, ma'am.
Thank you. The other thing that we can use is handkerchiefs. Normally, we grab a tissue box. Tissue box is very common. Everybody, for in everyone's cars, there's a tissue box. Or we have tissues, or small pouches are there. We take tissues wherever possible. We have wet wipes, we have not wet wipes. So instead of that, probably we should go back into using a handkerchief, men and women both, so that those cutting of trees are being reduced. Now, again, when it comes to digital citizenship, here also you should see that just by being a better consumer, or rather a conscious consumer, things don't change. Like handkerchiefs are way better than paper tissues. This, when we say this, handkerchiefs or even books or steel, whatever, all these eco-friendly alternative that we talk about, they also are degrading to the environment. Handkerchief is something that is made out of cotton. Now, cotton is a plant. This is a plant that takes up water, that takes up that changes the soil composition. The manufacturing of the handkerchief itself will take up, will produce a lot of carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide, which goes as methane. Or maybe there are people, even if it is, let's say, a khadi kind of a cotton, it probably doesn't have so much of manufacture. Most things are manufactured now. So we're just saying that is a better option. We are not saying this is the best option. Okay. Like I said before, the mere existence of us in the planet is the bad. Now, even there are eco-friendly packaging materials available now. When it comes to what was the alternative, see, earlier we used to use styrofoams. Now, styrofoams, it can not be degraded, it cannot be burnt, but it can be easily burned by people. So, most probably, what people do with styrofoam is that they just burn the styrofoam after getting once the this white thing that we get along with electrical packages, right? So that we can easily burn that. You just give it a little bit of fire and it burns, but it is not degradable. And the burning causes a lot of emission of lot of gases, which are actually very sometimes lethal, even lethal to human beings. So these are normal examples. These are examples that can be used when we become consumers, conscious consumers. I've given another list, like for example, plastic toothpaste can be, changed with bamboo toothbrushes. Plastic bottle shampoo can be shampoo bars can be there. Plastic cling wraps, beeswax wraps which is washable and reusable, can be used instead of that. Paper towels can be replaced by cellulose clothes. Single-use water bottles can be replaced by insulated stainless steel. Plastic grocery bags can be replaced by, we all know that, cotton bags or jute bags. Plastic pens can be replaced by metal pen or refillable fountain and be replaced by recycled paper. So all these things are examples of how we can become a conscious consumer. Now, this is just an example, or rather, this is something that I want all of you to realize after the end of this class. Okay, imagine we are all using, as families, we are all using plastic bags. We approximately use 5 to 6, but the global average says people use up to 10 bags per week. Like we could be buying vegetables every day. We could be buying fish or meat, that also has plastic bags. Especially when we buy fish or any sort of non-vegetarian items in a plastic bag, they don't just give it in one bag. They give it in one bag, then they give it another bag, then they give it again in another bag. So it's almost 3 plastic bags for just let's say half a kilo of fish. But vegetables don't take so much of it. So we use a lot of plastic bags. So let's assume that we use around 520 bags per year as a family. So as a family, we use around 520 bags. That's the average. Roughly 52 weeks are there. Okay. Now, where all does it get affected? What all effects does this usage of plastic bags have? We know that we're not supposed to use it. We know that it is plastic. It will not get degraded. We know all those things. But in effect, do we know every place where this is getting affected? See, the most, let's say, unimpactful would be the petroleum pipeline. Why we say that? See, plastic, what is plastic? It's a byproduct of the refining process of petroleum, right? The end process, somewhere after the petrol and the diesel and the natural gas and everything, somewhere we get the plastic nodules, the raw material for making plastic is also there. So plastic bags are essentially solid oil, not really. Don't try to burn it or put it into your cars. But it takes approximately 12 million barrels of oil to produce the plastic bags used in a country like India annually. So when we say that we are not using bags, this 520 bags, your family saves enough petroleum energy to drive a car for nearly 60 kilometers. I know it is not much, right? Just 60 kilometers means what? Around 3 to 4 liters of petrol or diesel if you're using diesel. So, but what you should understand is every time you reach for a plastic bag, you're reaching for a fossil fuel product that was pumped, refined, and shipped across the globe just to carry a bunch of bananas for 15 minutes. Okay. So this is not very impactful. I agree. But 60 kilometers of petrol, worth of petrol is nothing. And even if we're not using plastic, the refining process will continue because we still use petroleum as a source of our energy for everything else. So this is, like I said, most unimpactful. Now, the second impact would be the indestructible legacy. Now, we know that plastic is not biodegradable, right? It said that it is a 500-year curse. Now, let's say the Mughal Emperor Babur had used plastic in 1520, in the AD 1526, that plastic would still be there in the soil right now. Well, there was no plastic then. So, but it is still there. It would have been still there in the soil. This plastic that you use would still be there in the soil 500 years from now. So by refusing to use this 520 bags a year, in pollution year terms, 500 years per degradation, per bags degradation, we can save around 260,000 pollution years. And in just 10 years, every family can prevent almost 2.6 million years of planetary burden. Am I audible now?
Ma'am, you are audible. You are audible.
I had a slight power issue here, that is why.
No
The
issue.
next, yes, the next impact of plastic bag is the food chain impact. So that is microplastic. Again, this is something I know all of us been listening to this microplastic menace for a long time now. We know that microplastic enters our body. It can go to the next generation. It enters the fish that we eat. It enters the plants that we it enters the root system of plants, and that also we ingest. So we know this, right? Do you know that a single plastic bag can be shredded into 1.7 million microscopic fragments? And that is a lot of fragments. And this goes into the soil and the water. And an average human now ingests approximately 5 grams of plastic per week. Okay, now this 5 grams of plastic is almost equal to the size of a credit card. So it's like eating one credit card or debit card for that reason every week. So that is the amount of plastic that goes into our body because we choose to use a single-use plastic bags. Okay. Now, your family's 520 bags represent the potential creation of 910 million microplastic particles every year. Well, we can have a lot of we can choose not to have a lot of credit card as our food if we choose not to have plastic bags. And then the ingestion rate or the mistaken food problem. Now, it not only affects human beings, it affects every other animals. We know about the whales, we know about other animals which gets choked. Just one of the examples here that it is said that 90% of all seabirds and 52% of all sea turtles have ingested plastic. A single-use plastic, you know how a plastic bag is, right? When it goes into the sea, it looks just like a jellyfish. And these turtles, they think that these people, these can eat it. They try to eat it. Said that they have around 14 pieces of plastic in there. It's possible that it would cause their death. So one family's annual waste would theoretically provide a lethal loss to over 30 turtles. Okay. I know you might not care about turtles, but then yes, when we talk about the food chain, it's important that we care about every human, every sort of organisms in the world. Now, by refusing this 520 bags a year, every family can remove hundreds of lethal lures from the ecosystem. Okay. So these are just the things how consumerism, by changing the concept of consumerism, like by being a ethical consumer or being a conscious consumer would help us and the environment. So we know from the plastic bag example, there's hundreds of other examples. I'm just talking about the plastic bag example. Okay, like for example, we can choose not to fly in aeroplanes. Why? Because aeroplane is one of the most global gas emitting source. So by choosing to avoid aeroplanes wherever possible, we are actually going into a more carbon neutral environment. So plastic bag was just the very basic thing because we all use plastic bag. Even when we say that we need not use a plastic bag or we are carrying a bag, we might not be always carrying a bag. We might not be always be able to carry anything to take, especially non-vegetarian food. To buy non-vegetarian food becomes very difficult. So such kind of bags, wherever avoidable, should be avoided is what we should do when we become conscious consumers. The next level is the um, cohesive practitioner. So the shift moves from what you buy and how to how you live and why you live the way you live. Okay. Now, here we all know about the 3 R's, that is recycle, reduce, and reuse. But when it comes to global green citizenship, it is not recycle, reduce, and reuse. Instead of reuse, we actually have to refuse. Okay? Sometimes we have to say that some certain things we really don't want. Like I said before, uh, the consumerism started because we as consumers started demanding a lot of certain products, probably it will not be there anymore. And certainly that can lead to a certain amount of emissions of, let's say, reduction in plastic or reduction in the emission of um, uh, greenhouse gases. So all these things are possible. Just one example is the back scratcher that we use nowadays. Totally not required. Yes, it is convenient, but it is something that we can always refuse. No, I use my hand, or I use my husband's or wife's hand, or my kid's hand for that reason. So here we are trying to aim for a habit shift. Uh, Now, the perspective that we should have in our mind here is that my habits are part of a larger system, and I need to change my philosophy, not just my brands of soap. Now, why would I written brands of soap? This is because as conscious consumers, we can make choices like I will go for a completely organic product. I'm using an organic shampoo. I'm using an organic soap. I'm using organic vegetables. Yes, these are more expensive, but if we can afford that, then we can use such things. But then when it comes to a cohesive practitioner, it is not just the brand that we are looking for. Here we are trying to change the habit as such. So that is why I said the commute. Uh, I can go for a transportation by I can go for people can share my rate. So that is one example where I'm doing it consistently. That is my example of being a cohesive practitioner. Okay. Now, when it comes to cohesive practitioner, it is another thing that we all should know. This is where we have to take an audit of ourselves. Okay. Now, these are things that we might just ignore, but they're actually contributing a lot towards uh, changing the world, the green ecosystem around us. So I am asking you all a question. Are you one among them? Okay. Are you one among them who keeps the digital hoarding habit? Now, what do you mean by digital hoarding habit? Now, all of us know how full our emails are, right? I would really like to know how many 100 messages are there in each of your emails. If it was normal, then I would have asked you to look into your email, go check your email and let me write down how many 100 emails you have in your Gmail or whatever mail you're using. But considering the fact that I'm not getting a lot of responses, I refrain from asking that particular question. But don't worry, there are other questions coming. But anyway, at any time, we would be having somewhere around 1,000 to 5,000 emails in our emails. Now, keeping up thousands of 100 emails, even blurry in our blurry photos in our cloud. So if you're uploading your photos to cloud, or when you're streaming high definition videos in the background, so these data are not weightless. Okay, we might think that data is weightless, but data is not weightless. Data lives in a massive data center that requires immense electricity for cooling and its operations. Not just operations, it's cooling also. It requires a lot of electricity. Research suggests that the carbon footprint of our gadgets, the internet, the systems supporting them account for about 3.7% of global greenhouse emission, which is similar to the airline industry. Like I said before, airline industry contribute towards a lot of greenland gases. But just by using these things like internet and using a cloud system, using an email, we are also contributing towards the greenhouse gases. So are we that person who's keeping 1,000 to 5,000 to 5,100 emails in our Gmail? Or are we that person who's uploading blurred videos into our Google Cloud photo cloud things? So think about that. So this is one thing which probably you can change from now. This could be a takeaway from this FTP. We need not do that, right? How many of you knew this? So this habit of digital hoarding can be avoided if we know that is also negatively impacting our environment. Okay. And other habit that we normally do is the disposable fashion. We are living in the world of discounts. We don't buy anything that is less than 75% off. Okay, let's say 50% off. Okay, I exaggerated a bit, less than 25% off. And we grab a chance to buy anything that is 90% off. This consumer behavior is something that all the online, right? That is why we have the Big Billion Sale and the Amazon Ulsav, the Great Indian Festival. So all these are things that are there to capitalize upon this behavior of disposable fashion for us. So we try to buy cheap clothes. When I say cheap clothes and cheap clothes, it's very elegant looking clothes, but it is available at a very discounted price. But even a single t-shirt, a cotton t-shirt, okay, for creating that, approximately 2,700 liters of water is used to produce that, which is enough for one person to drink for 2.5 years. And now we may not be realizing that water is going to become a scarce resource in the future. So without realizing that, or maybe we are, we keep on buying these things that we probably might be using just once or throwing off again, okay? So beyond the water, the transportation energy, that is the shipping costs, the factory costs, the chemical energy of the dyes, the fuel used to ship it to the doorstep. So all these things also has to be taken care of. Now, earlier when I said about green citizenship, I said that it is not about being aware of what we are doing. It's also realizing that we are not just affecting, it is not just about plastic use. It's not about climate change. It's about how our actions affect everything about us. See, this disposable fashion is an example for that, right? The water that we have to use. Yes, we are anyway polluting the air, but we are also depleting the water resources that are there for us and for our future generation. The third one is a vampire power. This also, I'm pretty sure most of you are guilty of doing. And yes, I am one of them, so I can, say that to everybody. It's called vampire power. That is, we tend to keep our things plugged in even after it is in full charge. So leaving these chargers plugged in, keeping appliances like microwave or a coffee machine in a standby mode, that is not switching off our TV by just the remote and not the actual switch. So all these, so even when they're turned off, that is, they're not actually switched off, they draw certain amount of energy, and this energy is called vampire energy. And on an average, every 5 to 10% of residential electricity is consumed by devices that are turned off but still plugged in. I mean, not plugged in, not really. When you're turned off using a other switch, but still plugged in and switched on. Okay. Now, this is something, if you realize, probably you would do not as a digital citizen, at least to reduce the amount of electricity that we are using. At least for that, we could change from this vampire mode to the actual switch off mode. So I implore all of you to go and make this a habit to switch off and unplug your appliances wherever you're using it. That also contribute you towards a digital, being a digital, not digital, being a green citizen. Okay. Now this, I'm pretty sure all of you know, the search versus AI energy gap. We know that every single query to generative AI, could be ChatGPT, Gemini, or any other generative AI, requires 10 times the electricity of a standard Google search. Training and running these models require massive data center cooling. As billions of search move to AI-based queries, the electricity demand for the digital world is projected to double by 2026. So by the end of this year, we would have used double the energy that we have used in the last year, or maybe 2024. 2025, we've already doubled. 2026, we probably might triple the energy also. See, that is why all these companies, Meta, DeepSeek, the Chinese companies, and even Microsoft, for that reason, they're all asking for nuclear power plants in their names. They've already asked the US government to issue nuclear power plants in their name. They've also asked the Indian government. Why? Because nuclear, that much of power is required to actually generate the things that we are generating using generative AI. Okay. So too much of generate there. So that is another thing that we should know. Might be easier for us to go into ChatGPT or Gemini to type something and get the answer. But we become a more responsible green citizen when we actually go into Google and search it and not use a AI for that. Okay. Now, the last and the most probably the using one here, food scrap methane bomb, that is when food rot in landfills. We talk about bio waste, right? We say that we are recycling our waste. I have a biogas plant in here. I do biogas recycling here. And I'm very proud of that. I was very proud of that till I learned this, okay? You see, just the world over, all the landfills that the food, rotting food, that is a degrading food, emits around 80 times more potent methane gas than what carbon dioxide was emitted in the last 20 years. Okay, so much is there. So food waste account for 8 to 10% of all global gas emission. If food waste were a country, it would be the third largest emitter of methane gas in the world, or greenhouse gas in the world, only behind China and USA. So it is not a country, but overall the entire world, so much of food is being wasted is the fact. Now this comes in a world where poverty and hunger is a reality. Okay, now you should know that when you throw away that bag of groceries, the waste, one third of we are wasting one third of a field worth of water, land, and fuel that went into growing it. So that is another thing. Other than the methane bomb, we have to think about all the energy that wasted for producing the things that you just throw away. Now, some of the other examples of how we can become a cohesive partnership is given. Choosing a plant-based meal would help prevent water and soil erosion, not erosion, soil bankruptcy. That is, more water is required to grow 1 pound of meat as compared to grow 1 pound of grains. So repairing and keeping gadgets longer. Why? Because any gadget that you use a growth of a lot of rare earth metals. So all these rare earth metals are being dug. The digging process itself creates greenhouse gases. Otherwise, also, it is very detrimental to the health of the earth. Things like 24% degree AC settings can help with this. You reduce the AC by a little bit or increase the temperature by a little bit. That also reduces the greenhouse gases. Zero food wastages. Unplugging the standby mode. 1 meat-free day a week, at least for meat eaters. But we have a lot of vegetarians amongst us, so they are actually doing a lot of doing a favor to the nation as such. And deleting at least 10 trash emails every day. That also saves the equivalent energy of a LED bulb for 24 hours. So that is something I'm pretty sure many of you didn't know, and that is why we still have our emails full. Okay. Now, level 3 is the active citizen. Now, an active citizen is where individuals' actions are amplified through collective action by stepping into the public sphere. Now, this is the place where we become a civic participant in all the movements, the climate change movement, the Save the Earth movements that are around us. So this include advocating for institutional policy change like paperless department, joining environmental groups, or voting based on climate resilience. So all these things are also things that we can do. Here, I would like to talk about a concept called micro leaders. Okay. Now, see, we probably cannot be active citizens. If I'm a very, very busy person. I would consider myself as a very busy person, being a mother of 2 kids. being a wife, I take care of my household. I have a job, a full-time job. I stay away from between 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., 6 p.m. most days. So another, even on weekends, I do a lot of things. Because of I probably might not be able to go and be part of a moment that is there, that is happening somewhere in New Delhi. No, I cannot. But what I can be is a micro leader. So this is where I would like to implore to all of us teachers, the teachers in the faculty development program, that it is our turn to become micro leaders, so that we can be green citizens ourselves, and we can ask our students, the community that we live in, to also become these micro leaders. Okay. World over, we have a lot of climate warriors. See, there is a site called UNESCO Climate Green Citizens, wherein every day they update all the climate warriors around the world. These are some of the names we normally commonly use. Alice L. from Ukraine, Tangsberg from Sweden, and other. These are all names that are given in that particular site of UNESCO. They're all climate warriors. Some might be eco-influencers. Some might be advocating for a zero-waste moment. Climate activists would be there. Social equity and community-driven city design. See, these are all things that people are doing around the world. Maybe we cannot be this, but as teachers, we can think, teach, and transform model can be adopted by us. Now, think is where we become climate conscious decision makers. Teach is where we embed sustainability across disciplines. See, I'm sure few of us would be there in expert committees, or might be preparing syllabuses for our universities or for our colleges. So that is where we can embed this concept of sustainability and green citizenship into our syllabus itself. And transform is where we can we can ask the institution that we live in, the immediate community that we go to, the temple that we go to, the church that we go to. So all these places are where we can ask them to make small changes and become micro leaders. But above all, as teachers, we can aim for a campus to community initiative. How can we do this? Now, micro leadership is a practice of influencing those immediately around you through visible, consistent action. In a classroom or a department, others subconsciously mirror the authority figure. Now, this I can say as an HOD, but need not be. In a classroom, if you're a teacher, you are the authority figure. Now, simple actions that you take, like reusing a plastic bottle, by using a reusable bottle, you go to a class taking a steel bottle every day, your students would be inquisitive. Why? They might ask, why are you bringing a reusable, a steel bottle? Isn't it more, isn't it heavier? So you can tell them why I'm using a steel bottle and not a plastic bottle. Now, turning off the projector immediately after class. Why would you never keep the projector on after the class is there? Now, we can set a cultural baseline which can become the normal in the future. Here, when we do certain things, it's important that we have to tell the students what we are doing. Tell them what you learned today. Ask them to delete all their unused, unread emails. Delete if it is not useful. Ask them to delete all their junk emails. Why is it important? And tell them that we are doing it for the nation, not just for us. We are doing it for the world to become a better place. We're doing it not just for ourselves, we're doing it for the future generations. Tell them when you do it, then we can be micro leaders there. Okay. Again, this is a small thing that I wanted you all of you to do, that how would you think you would be doing, what would you do to make change in small ways is what I was going to ask you. Anyway, let this be there. I'm not going into that right now. And I think time is also, it's already 3:20 now. My session is till 3:30. So I'll go to the next slide. So that is how can we be micro leaders? We can by bringing reusable marks, unplugging devices, default to digital assignment, lines of policy and proposing green procurement checklist, etc. So these are all things that we can do to change it. Or can you just do this quiz? It's a very simple quiz. I mean, I'll put it in the chat box. Okay, this question might be there in your end semester assessment, so it might help you to find out this answer. I hope that at least so once again, I'm sharing my screen. Yes, I'm waiting for players to start playing. It's a small quiz, just one question, okay? Well, you are getting a question that is going to be asked again. Thank you. I have more participants here. I got 2 replies. Quickly, 2 replies I got. So this is the question. A department head notices that faculty members frequently leave the printer, the communal printer on all nights and print single sides by default. Which of the following actions represent strategic leadership through choice architecture? I have to talk about strategic leadership and choice architecture now. That is why this is there. Okay. Let's see if I can produce a voice. Now, what would you do if you were the head of the department or you're just a teacher in the department? If you find somebody putting, someone printing single-sided sheets every time, would you send a strongly worded email every Monday morning reminding staff to turn off the printer? Place a decorative safety poster on the wall above the printer? Setting the printer default software setting as double-sided and sleep mode on after 5 minutes, or personally staying back late every evening to manually switch off the printer for everyone. So which of these choices would you be doing? Yeah, nobody has given the right answer. So do you understand it? So suppose you are there, let's say you are the head of the department and you see that the printer is switched on, like, somebody has not, the person leaving class is not actually switched off the printer. It is there on the standby mode. And you also see that they're only printing single side sheets. The 2-sided sheets are never being put. So what can you do as the head of the department as part of choice architecture? Okay. Now here, I hope all of you are seeing this screen. Shibu sir, is this a background screen that is being shown now? Can anybody answer that? Yes, it is. It's that screen only, right? We're coming to the end of the presentation. Okay, so just bear with me for 5 more minutes. So here there's something called choice architecture. So as micro leaders, we can influence our teachers, but as also as strategic leaders, we can do something called choice architecture. That is, by default, we can do things. Oh, I have 3 correct answers also. So yes, Alfonso, George, Sagar, Kanai, and Rosemary Thomas, they've all given the correct answer. The correct answer is, what we can do here is change the default setting to double-sided things. double-sided printing. Why? Because here we are changing the architecture itself. See, every time we might not be able to remember things on and on again that we have to do something like this. But when once we realize something, we do it once, and this becomes the architecture, or this becomes the plan for the rest of the rest of the going. So that is why we say that the sleep mode on is after 5 minutes. Even in our mobile, we don't have to keep our mobile forever as on mode. We try to, it goes to the sleep mode right after, let's say, 5 seconds or 10 seconds, right? So that is what is called a choice architecture. It is not there in the slides, but I'm just would like to say that. Okay, that is it. Now I'm not going back to, I'm going back to sharing my screen again. So that was it. And congratulations, whoever got that right. I hope this comes for an exam also, not very sure. And so these are things that we can do. Now, the psychology of our choice. Why would our choices make a change in the world? That is because of the ripple effect of habit. That is, see, the logic of ripple effect is individuals make the habit. Like I decide to do something. Let's say I decide not to get plastic bags. So when I'm standing in a queue, in a departmental store, the person, the billing person asks me, do you want say that give him a lecture possible, because we are teachers very good in giving lectures. Give him a lecture why we are not using a bag, and tell them that we bring our own bag every time so that we can save the planet. The person next to us hears it, so that is hears is right. So that is called a social signal. So your colleagues or the person standing next to you see what you're doing, and that over time, I'm not saying in one time or two time, over time that becomes socially acceptable. People started talking about what that teacher is doing. People started talking about what that individual is doing, how she has made change in a family, how he or she has made change in the school, in the department. The department is totally paperless now. Maybe there is a write-up about us in the newspaper, or a social media post. So this becomes socially acceptable and somehow socially desirable also. A person who does not bring a jute bag or a cotton bag is frowned upon, is looked down upon. When it comes to that, now see the first example that I said, a family that does not send their kids to their girl child to school, it's not looked well in the society right now, right? They are not praised. In fact, they are ridiculed by the society. A family that makes that get their kids, the girls married off by the age of 12. They're ridiculed by the society. So we have to make sure that all these actions, we make it socially desirable, not only acceptable, desirable. This is the norm. This is what we are aspiring to become. Now, with this comes data aggregation. That is when hundreds of people, let's say I'm talking about this FDP, that's why 100 faculty members, let's say hundreds of people started doing that, that becomes a data point. With that, it becomes a corporation or the institutional policy. When you start it in your department, soon it spread to the other departments. Soon it goes to the entire institution. Soon it goes to the newspaper. The next institution takes it up. And then urban planning stuff. Okay, they say the right way. Waste disposal. One college has a huge plant. So why are we not going into the three bin system? It's something that the society sees as a norm, such way. Okay. So this is what is called the ripple effect. So we might think that we are not to, we can't make a change, but it's actually our action that will ultimately become, as micro leaders or as strategic leaders, ultimately it becomes the social norms. We always blame the system here. See, that is the importance of this entire FTP also, this entire session also. Okay? We always blame the system. We say that the system is not doing enough. We say that there is flood in the city because the administrative people are not making the drainage clear or not clearing the drainage. But we are not realizing that we are also contributing towards the drainage problem. We probably has thrown something in the river, or maybe probably have thrown something in the drain next to us. So that is upon us. So we cannot always blame the system for what is not happening right around us. So individual actions alone won't stop climate change, but systematic change is impossible without individual buy-in. So when we all become green conscious consumers, we green conscious electorate, that is people who are voting for the leaders, when we as electorate start demanding for green initiative, when the systems is going to stage. For this, maybe we probably will do best when with individual actions, by reducing our footprints, increasing our handprints, being micro leaders and telling our students over and over what to do. And beyond that, letting them see how we have changed, and thereby influencing the community that we live in, the society that we live in. And finally, to an extent that the bureaucracy and the government also notices that these are the things that citizens of today want, and they implement such a thing. So it's never the system that is the problem. Now, again, this is also a quiz. I'm not going into that. But if possible, please mention one action you will take personally to make this planet a better planet. Okay. It could be as small as going for a non-plastic refillable pen. It could be as small as a decision to switch off all your gadgets when it is fully charged. It could be as small as, let's say, going for a saying no to a paper cup tea. So please, if possible, try to mention such an action in the chat box. I would be indebted to you, all of you who are listening. I would at least feel that you've listened to something, and beyond that, I've been trying to make a change in your life with what I have learned about green citizenship. Okay. Now, concluding, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. I guess the quote itself by Robert Swan is self-explanatory. We have to be planet warriors. We have to be green warriors. Individually, we should do everything that we possibly can do to eliminate as much as greenhouse gases, to eliminate as much as production of microplastic, to save the soil, the water, the earth that we live in, to stop wastage of things that are there, things such as soil, water, and air that is there. So it is up to us to make sure that we individually take action, and it is up to us to make sure that our students and the faculty and the colleagues around us take action, which ultimately contribute to a better future for not just us, but for our future generations to come also. So with that, I conclude this session. I hope you have had some takeaways from this session. Thank you so much. Sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That is it, sir. Sorry if it took 4 minutes extra.
No, no, ma'am. We are starting at 5 minutes late. No issues.
Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, any questions? Oh, yes, I've had replies here. We are already following that for printers. Yes, thank you so much, sir. Printers, Sagar Kanani, sir. I hope I pronounced your name right. It is something that we have to do, the printers. And then there is other one, switch off gadgets once they're charged. Yes, that's one of the first things that I started doing when I realized that I'm doing a lot of harm to the planet. Okay. And the other thing was, deleting my emails, which is very convenient. Ultimately, it is convenient to us also. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. I hope I think that yes is regarding your pronunciation, right? Saga, sir. Reduction
There
in
is
using
another
plastic
question in the
bags.
chat box.
Okay, reduction in using plastic bags, or reusing plastic bags, or recycling plastic bags. Which is more effective for environment? Definitely, it is reduction in use of plastic bags. That means we are cutting the use of plastic. I mean, the production of plastic bag itself. If every one of us says that we don't want plastic bag, then plastic bag will not be created. Now, between recycling and reusing plastic bags, see, plastic bags cannot be reused every single time, right? There could be wear and tear. And when it comes to recycling, single-use plastic bags are not really very recyclable. There could be some things that can be made from that. Let's say it goes into some kind of tarring, but otherwise, it is a menace that we have to totally avoid. There is no other go for plastic bag. See, when we talk about eco-friendly products with our students and all, we've brainstormed what can we do about fish and meat consumption. How do we go and buy fish and meat which is not in plastic? It's something we are still thinking about. Yes, we can go with here we would say that a manchatti, that is a earthen pot. We can go and buy that, but then the convenience is different, right? It is not as convenient as taking a jute bag. But maybe we can go for a non-single use item there. Maybe we can use a box, a plastic box, which can be, again and again washed and used. So such kind of things can be done, sir. And thank you, Ashwin, for this question.
Dear participants, if you have any more questions, please post your questions in the chat box, or you can unmute your microphones to ask your queries directly.
So once again, I would like to say something, ma'am, if you don't mind. Sagar sir has said that he's definitely this more on others. See, that is where we can make the change. It's not whether we've understood it. We as teachers sometimes profess things that we really don't believe in. Okay, maybe we don't practice it, but along with our practice, if we can give it to others, we can ask our students to do it. So that is where we are actually going to make a massive change in how the environment is going to become tomorrow.
Participants, any more questions? Thank you, Dr. Michelle, for that highly informative and interesting session and addressing the queries raised by participants.
Thank you.
Dear participants, thank you once again for your active participation.
So can I leave now?
Ma'am, I think there is one more question in the chat box.
Thank you, sir. Thank
What
you,
does the
Rosemary,
term
ma'am.
ripple effect refer to in the context of psychology and decision making?
Sir, this ripple effect in the term psychology and decision making. No, sir. What I was talking is the psychology behind. I'm not talking about psychology as such. Okay, I'm saying that the psychology behind this, all these things that I'm taking is what I'm talking about being a micro leader is the ripple effect. That is when we do things, the people around us do things. So that is what I meant by ripple effect. I'm not connecting psychology with the ripple effect. I hope that is what you meant, right, sir? Probably from psychological background. No, that is not what I meant. It was just a phrase that I used.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope there is
Ma'am, I hope
no more
that
questions
is clear,
in the chat box. So thank you, participants. Ma'am, there is one more question, sorry.
No
Explain
problem.
how an individual habit can lead to broader social changes according to the slide.
Which I have said in a lot of ways, right? So I've, an individual habit, a broader social change. Yes, we can bring about a social change. We can bring about, see, this is how is everything connected? In this world of social media and where we can, get used to any media for that reason. This thing, I mentioned a college in Ernakulam, right, where one teacher started using, she's very pro environment, okay, so she started using non-plastic items everywhere. And then her department, she's from the Department of English, I think, and her department started using that. And afterwards, the college started using that. And then it shifted to the college next to that. Not just that, there is this Kalyana Mandapam next there near Ernakulam. which is very famous. And she even made sure that, that Kalyana Mandapam now doesn't doesn't use disposable glasses or plates. They only use steel glass and plates, and sometimes glass jars and glasses also. Okay, so that is how a small change that an individual has taken can have this ripple effect. Again, I'm going to the ripple effect. Okay, what is ripple effect? We put a small stone, and then the water ripples, through the surface. That is what is called ripple effect, right? It goes in somewhere. So that is how it can be done. Now, how it can be done is because, say, anything that we do that is significant or that is different can be showcased through a lot of influences that are there around us. And that is why it is very easy for us to be micro leaders right now. I hope I'm clear, Jasmine, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more questions from the participant side?
No, in that case, explain how an individual habit can lead to a broader social change. I think the next session you will be able to understand how one individual's vision has actually changed the way a city looks. I think you have a next session by a resource person from the organization called TREE. So that would be very clear after that session. It's a live example.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. To formally conclude this session, I now invite Ms. Jisha Matthew, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Deepa. Respected dignitaries, resource person, and dear participants. As we conclude session 11, it's my pleasure to propose the vote of thanks. On behalf of Shantigiri College of Computer Sciences, we extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob, Assistant Professor and HOD, Department of Business Administration, Berzelius College, Kottayam, for her informative and engaging session on Citizenship for a Greener Tomorrow, the role of individuals in driving climate resilient societies. Her talk inspired us to take meaningful action towards environmental protection and sustainable living. Once again, we thank Dr. Michelle Elizabeth Jacob for your time, dedication, and invaluable contribution to make this session a great learning experience. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Jisha, ma'am. Dear participants, this is a gentle reminder that an online test will be conducted immediately after the validatory function. We will share the test link at that time. Kindly ensure that you remain online and attend this mandatory test in which you are supposed to score 70% or above, as it is required to obtain the AICTE ATAL FDP certificate. I also remind you 80% or above attendance is also required for obtaining the certificate. We also request you to submit the feedback form on the ATAL portal through your login, as completion of the feedback is also mandatory for certificate eligibility. Dear participants, kindly remain online. The next session will be started shortly. Thank you for your cooperation.
Binoy sir. Binoy sir. Am I audible to you, Binoy sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we can
Yes,
start.
I am here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. You're audible. Everything is fine.
I am present.
Okay, just wait.
A warm good afternoon to our respected dignitaries, faculty members, and dear participants. I am Bijimol Saji, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, and I will be anchoring Section 12 of today's Faculty Development Program on Green Transitions, Leveraging Digital Tools and Strategic Leadership for Climate Resilience, organized by Department of Computer Science and Management. I kindly request all the participants to keep their microphones on mute throughout the section to ensure smooth proceedings. We now proceed to section 12 titled Greening Pandapilli, a real-time journey towards environmental transformation. To begin the formal proceedings of this section, I now invite Mr. Ashwin TJ, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Ms. Mijimo. It's a pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all the respected faculty members and valued participants to today's session of our FDP. We are delighted by your presence and participation. The overreaching theme of this FDP, Green Transitions, Leveraging Digital Tools and Strategic Leadership for Climate Resilience, highlighting the importance of digital innovation and effective leadership in fostering sustainable resilient systems. In alignment with this theme, today's session focuses on environmental transformations. It is with great pleasure that I extend a warm and respectful welcome for our distinguished guest, Mr. Binoy Elias, founder of Team for Rural Ecological Equilibrium, who will be presenting on Greening Pandapilli, a real-life journey towards environmental transformation. We are truly honored by his presence today, which adds an immense value to this program to all of us gathered here. Mr. Binoy Elias is a dedicated social worker and environmental activist with more than 4 decades of service in community development and ecological conservation. By profession, he is a library worker. From the age of 17, he has been actively involved with the National Library Pandapalli, established in 1947, Arakura, serving in various leadership roles such as committee member, secretary, president for several decades. Under his leadership, the library became a center for social transformation, initiating public tree planting and green movements as early as 1982. His vision gained wider momentum in 2002 with the foundation of NGO Nattuvettam Gramasakhya, through which the green movement spread across the village, promoting biodiversity and planting hundreds of trees. He served as its coordinator and played a key role in integrating environmental awareness with grassroots action. In 2012, he founded the Trust Tree Team for Rural Ecological Equilibrium, extending environmental activities to several parts of the district, including Muathura, Kochi, and surrounding areas, planting and nurturing thousands of streams and gardens. He served as founding chairman for 10 years. Currently, he is the president of Green Hopper Grama Harita Samiti Pandapalli, a people's initiative under social forestry and the Green India Mission, working for environmental rehabilitation. The name Green Hopper stands for Green Hope on People's Planning for Environmental Rehabilitation, reflecting his lifelong commitment to a greener and more sustainable future. I request all participants to keep your microphones muted during the session for smooth conduct of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashwin sir, for the warm welcome. Now I request Mr. Binoy Elias sir to kindly take over the section.
Thank you. And here, expressing gratitude. Thanks to team who invited me to this meet. Sir, your voice is feeble, sir. Thanks. Okay. Is it clear? you almost all the
Sir, your
things about me.
network connection is not stable, sir. Your voice is not audible. Still not audible, sir.
Can you hear me?
It's not clear, sir. If you have any network issues, kindly move from that place to some other place. Or you can switch off your video and proceed, sir. Voice is not clear, sir.
No. Is it audible? Okay. 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 Is it okay? Okay.
Participants, kindly excuse for some time. There is a network issue with the resource person. Please stay online. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. May I continue? Hello.
Yes, sir. You can continue. It's audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You can
I
share your
think
screen, sir.
Yes. I have made a thanks to the team. I don't know whether it's with you.
Anyway, I once more thank you very much for the team who invited me with love, especially Professor Shibu Abraham. Then I can continue.
Continue, sir.
As a representative of the student, a common man, my
Sir, still have some network issue, sir. It's not audible, sir.
shower fires instead of summer rain. Summer rain. Normally we got summer rains in April, May months. But at that time, at that period, we didn't get any single rain in, and it's still drought in the country. The whole and it was very, and distributed every village. This water truck, it was named, it was written in highly inflammable tanker lorries distributed in every village. Very important. Highly inflammable water. That was the first time we were by that. And people was also okay. Places in our lives. Links to several clubs, and we people also got our own share, and we have planted. Trees. And we now that is not to Naട്ടുവട്ടം Gramasakhya. Naട്ടുവട്ടം Gramasakhya. Naട്ടുവട്ടം literally means, literally by meaning, Nadu means country. Meaning that when sun goes back, the time in every village past 3,000 left. I don't know, but only villages was not or purposefully to plant trees or anything like that for any environmental cause. It was a tragedy during the junction. Different this part I think 1990 or something like that, or 80s, that later 80s or 90s, the starting of 90s, I think the canal was commissioned. But for the construction of the canal, or for time related, the process of nearby for that these hectares of so much hectares of land were become bushes, bushy lands with thorns, snakes, and things like that. Yeah. Nearby villages, uh, they all came and they were from the in the people from the is the woman and these teams came and they necklaces of women were passing through this road. So much disturbances and what to do, people they just what to do. Regardless of caste, religion, politics, anything else like that, they all combined together. The farmers and farmer workers, the working class, all we met every day in the junction where the canal starts here. The canal starts here. In this junction, this canal continue to go through the canal. You start from And there's another mount like formation was there by the dumping of the muck. We started to plant trees there. Then we prepared some field for the without regardless of any other thing, we planted trees. And the first tree we planted it is a nostalgic story for me. But this mud dumping area, in this mud dumping mount, the first we planted Nalpamara Kunam. We named it after planting 4 ficus trees. For Nalpamara trees, banyan, people, up to that is Nalpamara, the basic. At first, people can it grow in this rubble? Can it grow? Excuse me. Will it grow in this muck? Someone thought, but it's very natural for the ficus trees to grow in rock sides because we can. You see, in Paratex also, these seedlings grow, and maybe it destroys the building too. So no problem. I said to them that the first tree we are going to plant is the banyan tree, which is our national tree. It is having the aerial tools, you know. Then the seedlings of Peral, we cannot have Peral trees, banyan trees here. Here and there, one or two trees, but I know in Fort Kochi, I have seen so many seedlings in many concrete buildings. to went around and I have found one very good seedling of a banyan tree on the parapet of Cochin on the parapet of Cochin pump house, water house. Then I plug it. Then with my friends, I plug it and bring it to this place by KSRTC bus. That seedling was sitting on my lap, and in a December twilight at 6 o'clock, I think I reached here and I handed it. There were 25 people, I think, to plant that first tree, banyan tree. I handed over to a mother living next by this mount with one of my own. And his son was there, Dibu Jacob. He was I think he was 21 years old, I think. I handed over this seedling to my aunt and told her, only please plant this seedling here at the pilot tree of this mount. You have to plant it in remembrance of your husband. You please plant it for the living memory of your beloved husband. Then we have planted that. She planted and her son, Digu Jacob, and myself helped her to plant the first tree. That was please excuse me for but more detailing of it because it is I told you, it was a nostalgic experience of mine. Okay, coming to the point. Then after that, people were gathered every evening and I put a suggestion in the committee that we have to make it a beautiful place. We have to rejuvenate the condition. And at that time, the canal was formed and 2.5 kilometers of the road didn't have any shade because it was a new road. This new road, there was no shade. In Malayalam, we have a saying, കാക്കക്കാലിന്റെ തണല് പോലും ഇല്ലാത്ത ആ ഗ്രാമത്തിലേക്ക് നീ എന്തിനു പോകുന്നു? It's a poetry by Kadappanetta. Kakakal means a crow's leg shade. That road was without a shade. So we plan to plant trees in not like a plantation, a rubber plantation or like that. Biodiversity was our basic concept. Excuse me for going back to my childhood when saying that. That's me. And I tried to say that is really 55, 50 years back. These students, children going to school by walking. And I was walking. I go to the school with my friends, walking
5-6 kilometers to one side and coming back by walking through another path. At that time, before the rubber plantations came here. Before the rubber plantations came here, Kerala's nature was quite different that from the Very good. Also for coming to an end, I think. Then this tree was first. The tree was first formed in the National Library. At that time, this Natotang Gramasagyam cow became stopped because there are every time, every club, there are such things we meet because there arise in every club after 1 year some ego clashes between the members. That is what Yenda Pujimo, Ninda Pujima, that is the main thing. Is your zero or my zero bigger? That is the ego clashes normally happening in such groups. And so what happened was that one evening we plant trees in the canal once, 20 trees, 25 trees, and give guards to them. But next day, all where we see all those trees with guards inside the canal. That was the thing. And one time, it needs much money, etc. But for the tearing of the trees, you have to tear it for at minimum 3 years. It needs so much attention. We have to go to the trees every day if possible. So we need money. So we find that money by making a project like that. That is, you can plant a tree in the loving memory of your loved ones who have passed away. So we will collect, I think, 600 rupees per head for one tree, and we write their name of the man or woman who have died in the living memory of mother, whatever, or in the living memory of our freedom fighter, and write names. And we collect 600 rupees per head for the tearing of the trees for 3 years. a minimum amount. But the next day, in the darkness of the night, some people came and struck the tree with the guard and throw it away to the canal. Such things happened. And so finally we decided to decide the works of the Nashvattam Gramasakham in freezer. We stopped the activities. Yes, coming back. So that was stopped, terminated for some time, and we were silent. So it gives much patience to us. It needs much patience because we were the people. Some of the people says that we not to veteran, not to veteran. They say people who are planting these waste trees, these forest trees, പാഴ്മരങ്ങൾ നട്ടുകൊണ്ട് നടക്കുന്നു. And we got so many abuse from them. And at that time, we learned the process of patience. So we become silent and we learn the fluency of silence and stopped. Then after 2 years, myself, I was the coordinator of the Nashvattam Gramasakham and myself became the president of National Library again. And the vice president, Jacob George, became the president of Nashvattam, Jacob George became the vice president of library. Then we have started another movement from there. That was made by the Banavedi, the students wing and the women's wing joined us. And then we have started planting again. We have planted on the banks of that canal. At a time, people take it out and throw it in the canal. Then when the students and with children and the mothers came forward and planted trees there, then the plants starting to grow up. No one interfered. Then after that, then in the market junction, our MLA Babu Paul at that time planted the one banyan tree on the market junction in the day of Green Day. And that banyan tree now coming up very well, very great. And the auto people, they camp there, auto camp under its shade and such things. And another Nalpamara Kunna, Nalpamara Chanda Kunna, the market hill. We have planted Nalpamara trees. That was by the first tree, that is Atti, ficus tree, country fig tree, was planted by a friend of mine, Mr. Michel Bolio from Canada. He was a biologist of the Environmental Ministry of Environment Canada. And he with his friends, the nature lovers and activists of Canada, came to our village to visit me. Then we give them a welcome to the library, and we planted the first tree there, the ficus tree, the country fig tree there, and the friends who came with him, about 10 people, children, women and children, they all planted trees with us, and the all villagers came and joined us. And that is a very nice Nalpamara Chandrakunna market mount, Nalpamara Chandrakunna, we named it. Now there are hundreds of trees there, from 50, 60 varieties, species of. When we had once a survey had done by some botanists, they walked through these roadsides and they have taken a survey, and we have found that more than 1,000 trees were growing well up in this village with 350 species. And now it is a very great place, very green place. We transformed it well. And I invite you, everybody, to come to visit our place and have a look at. Now, so many people from several parts of the country and so many people from abroad visiting this place, that Michel came after that 2 times to see the growth of his tree. Things like that going on. So many things, so many hope it is putting forward, just bringing forth so many hope. If we have that will, that sincerity, that dedication to create such a beautiful green place, in Paulo Coelho, in Alchemy, he says, if we have that sincerity, that dedication, and now to do a thing, all the nature, all the universe, all the cosmos will come to help us. I have found it realized. So I have so many things to talk about this, but we have not much time, I think. We have started little late and some interaction disturbances in the sound system, etc. So I am coming to the conclusion. So Tagore says, yes, tree is not simply a tree. It is Earth's efforts to speak with the listening heaven. A tree is the Earth's endless effort to speak with the listening heaven. About forests, Tagore says that when we see a forest, we can understand that it is not a marketplace. This earth is our home. We only have this home under the only sky. Maria Gibran points it out that she is a poetry that earth rides upon the sky. So much things like that. God can hear everything. He is not dumb. Don't say, my God doubt me every time. He is not a dumb. He could even hear the very tiny noises of very tiny creatures. So we have done it like that, like a poetry. We were not planting a flats or something like that. We are planting that trees, that beauty, that shade, that's the life. Our earth has two lungs, it is said. One is green and one is blue. The blue lungs is mentioning about the ocean. The other is the green lungs. So we have to take care much not to pollute it. So there is not much things, but technologies, yes, technologies do very well. But more than that, we have to inspire the minds of people to do this everywhere. We need more propaganda for such things. We have done this with much propaganda, write-ups. It was a long effort and dedication. I am not telling about me. I was just in front of the things I saw. But people like Deebu, our coordinator, he is working a very good deal. He has systematized, he found a systematic way of doing such things. That is the free ambulance. You can see the photos of like that. So you can refer me, you point out that about the type, I don't know. May I need to conclude. Or talk more. I have to define visit our land, visit our place, and see the things, what is happening here in the nature, and feel the song of the birds, butterflies, and this tree, this which is started from the library after 10 years of the Natuvattam Grama Sakyam's period. After 10 years, we made this tree a trust, and we extended this program to every places. Most of the places in Muattura city, in government lands, public places. Then we have extended this thing to Fort Kochi. We have planted 1,200 trees on the Vaitla bypass. So many places there. We don't have an exact number of the trees, how much planted, but I think it may be 5,000 trees were now growing up. In this village, for 5 kilometers of roadside is filled with the green nature. The social forestries, 2018, the social forestry interfered with a UN fund through the Green India Mission. And in Ernakulam district, there are 9 Grama Harita Samadhis they have formed. And we also have our own. We formed it. Our Samadhi's name is Green Hope Grama Harita Samiti. Green Hope on people's planning for environmental rehabilitation. But the government machinery is very, very not appropriately. They are not interested. We have planted about 500 trees in that, with using that money. It is UN government's fund. It is distributing and for the planting of trees, greening up the country through the central government, and it comes through the Kerala Social Forestry, and we are the people's body. As the forester, its secretary, and the president is from the public, that is me. But we have got 80,000 rupees for planting these 500 trees. Then the government is not, and the authorities and the bureaucrats not interested in it, because it is done by the villagers themselves, and no contractors have any role. And the forester is the secretary, and the money is allotting through him. And when other problems came, when they are sent to Sabarimala issues and to look for the elephants in the forest, then they are not available to them. And it is like freezing up the great projects by the government and the bureaucracy. Okay, that is the final body. So many clubs emerge in several, in various types, for various purposes, and the main. I'm concluding. Thank you for your love and kindness to invite me, a person like me, from the common people. Thank you very much. So I once again invite everybody to this village and view and walk and experience the beauty of nature. So many, with so many birds singing, etc. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is someone have something to ask, some queries, questions, etc.? Otherwise, I am terminated. I am stopping. Any questions? If there is time, only.
Thank you, Mr. Binoy Elias, sir, for the enlightening and highly informative section. Let me conclude our section 12. Now I invite Mr. Sriraj S, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. As we conclude section 12, we sincerely thank our resource person, Mr. Binoy Elias, for the inspiring section on greening Pandambali, a real-life journey towards environmental transformation. With his experience, he shared valuable insights on environmental conservation and sustainability, making the session informative and motivating. We are grateful for his time and knowledge. Once again, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sriraj,
Thank you
sir.
very much. Thank you very much.
With this, we conclude our section 12. Dear participants, this is a gentle reminder that an online test will be conducted immediately after the validatory function. We will share the test at that time. Kindly ensure that you remain online and attend the mandatory test in which you supposed to score 70% or above, along with 80% of attendance. It is required to obtain ATAL FDP certificate. We also request you to submit feedback form on ATAL portal through your login. We kindly request all the participants to remain online as the next section will begin shortly. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good evening to all the respected resource persons, dignitaries, faculty members, and participants joining from different parts of the country. Myself, Lima George, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, hosting the current session. On behalf of Shantigiri College of Computer Sciences, I warmly welcome you all to the last session of AICT-sponsored 6-day online faculty development program. To formally commence the 13th session, now I invite Dr. Sigma Satyen, IIC Coordinator and Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Lima Miss. Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the last session of the Faculty Development Program, titled Market-Based Instruments for Environmental Management. We are honored to have Dr. Soumya B.S., Assistant Professor in the Department of Economics at T.M. Jacob Memorial Government College, Manimalekkunnu, Ernakulam. She holds a PhD in Economics from MG University, Kottayam, and had over a decade of teaching experience, spanning both in higher secondary schools and collegiate education. Dr. Soumya specializes in agricultural economics with a strong expertise in environmental economics, public economics, and econometrics. Her scholarly contributions include publications in international journals and edited volumes of books, as well as active participation in national seminars and workshops on themes such as disaster management, green growth, etc. She has served as a resource person on multiple occasions, delivering expert sessions on microeconomics, environmental management, public policy, and budget analysis. Notably, she presented research paper on the post-disaster assessment of the 2018 Kerala floods at a UGC HRDC seminar and contributed to discussions on green growth initiatives in India. In addition to her teaching and research, Dr. Soumya has been a member of the Board of Studies at Maharajas College, Ernakulam, and serves on the Special Vigilance Examination Squad for both MG University and Sri Narayana Open University. With a great privilege, I welcome Dr. Soumya Miss to handle the session. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you can kindly share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, you are visible.
Okay. Audible too. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. It's all
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sigma. Good afternoon. This session is titled Market-Based Instruments for Environment Management. And my name is Soumya. I will be walking you through the key concepts, then practical applications, and the critical role of these market-based instruments in overseeing these policy tools. It will support the knowledge exchange and promoting best practices for a green climate resilience. The goal today is threefold. I am trying to clarify first what are the market-based instruments and why governments use them for environmental valuation and making an arrangement for how to use them and how to audit them. And the second one is explore real-world examples for this in the field of climate, water, and waste management. The third fold one objective is nothing but just outline how governments can effectively audit these instruments to ensure and they deliver on environmental, economic, and social goals as such. In a market, environmental policies are needed because markets are just not considering how to fail we protecting the environment, and the competitive markets just drive the innovation and efficiencies. But they don't automatically account for pollution, then innovation in ecosystem loss, and also in public health cost, etc. These innovations and efficiency management instruments will contributing as such a good way as it will affect the economy and the environment in a various ways. So then why this environmental policy is needed is discussed in a green transition. FDP is nothing but we should concentrate on the market-based instruments for the environmental management.
Thereby, markets left alone often fail to protect the environment. So competitive markets drive for efficiency should automatically account this pollution and also ecosystem loss and public health cost, etc. In such a manner, this government should intervene in the economy to correct these market inefficiencies or market failures and to align economic activity with sustainability. In the next slide, we are dealing with why governments intervene in the markets. Actually, the main cause is nothing but the market failures. Government should intervene in the market in order to overcome or give a solution for the problem of market failures. And this market failures is to account for external effects, undersupply of public goods, then suffer from imperfect information, and also various externalities are not reflected in prices is also a cause. Then public goods are undersupplied is another cause, and the non-competitive markets are one of the main reason or the core problem of our government should intervene in the markets. Along with, there is information asymmetry regarding the market items that or the marketed items is also elevated the situation or to pressurize the government to intervene in the markets. Majority of the solutions that government made through direct ways, and in some cases they use indirect ways by regulations or market-based instruments. Actually, the direct intervention of the government is provide actual intervention by the government to the individual itself. But indirect ways, some regulations or market-based instruments are trying to correct these failures. Some direct participation in the markets, then command and control regulations, market-based instruments, and creating a new markets in the economy, which consider the environment is also a good or a commodity to the individual as such. Then market failures occurs when free market does not allocate resources effectively. This includes externalities like air pollution that harming the health, then undersupply of public goods like clean air, then monopolies distorting the competition, and lack of information. These gaps justify this public policy action. Then externalities becomes a core problem. The next slide is using to understanding the externalities, and there are two types of externalities. First one is negative and the second one is positive. Here we should consider the true cost of the externalities. Or making the cost benefit analysis, we should internalizing the hidden cost of our environment into prices, and it provides the true market price without imposing extra societal burden. An externality is a cost. Actually, these externalities are cost or benefit. In considering the environment, majority of externalities are coming from the negative side because we are overusing this environment, and some part of positive externalities are there because wildlife habitat, societal values improvements, etc. should be compensated in such a manner. An externality is a cost or benefit that imposed on others without compensation. For example, burning a coal releases CO2 that contributes to climate change. But the power plant does not pay for the resulting flood or crop failures. These hidden costs fall on society, not the polluter. This burning of coal releases CO2 that makes the change in the environment that via crop failures, flood, etc. So this may create some negative as well as positive externalities in the field. So we should manage the environmental policy instruments that are the specific tools or measures or mechanisms governments use to achieve these environmental goals, and by reducing the pollution or conserving the resources. This is by influencing the behavior of individuals and businessmen. Primarily through regulations, economic incentives, and information campaigns, they translate these broad environmental policies into actionable strategies, then balancing ecological protection with economic development. Here, the term market-based instruments is used to describe a wide range of policy instruments. Which have a common characteristics of using market power, and competition to achieve environmental objectives. This human impact can damage the environment and resulting the overuse of natural resources, which market economies may not be able to prevent. Market economies are considered to operate efficiently, but can fail to reflect the values of these societies. Then competitive markets can provide significant benefits for consumers and producers through greater choices, lower prices, and also better quality of goods and services, etc. This competitive market can provide competition for strong incentives for firms to be more efficient and to be more innovative, and thereby raising their productivity as well as protecting the economy and ecology. However, markets can fail to deliver the best outcomes for the environment and human health. This human health is one of the most favorable outcome of the economy that we are competing in the market. We are just worried only about the health or the economy if it hurts around a 60% or more than that. Otherwise, we are not concerning about the economy and ecology in a same manner. Then government's environmental policies focus on reducing these negative impacts on things we value, such as good health or clean or green environment, and also on incentivizing management to improve water storage potential or conserving the economy or positively to improve our environment. Land management is also a potential threat that we facing in the current economy. Environmental policies should aim to achieve their objectives by increasing the cost to those who pollute or cause the environmental damage or curbing the polluting behavior or supporting the investments or inducing the innovations and in a less environmentally harmful technologies and so forth. So we should analyze the cost benefit analysis of these externalities. By understanding the externalities, the effect that is negatively affected and also the positively affected are should consider with the true cost of these externalities. This true cost is consisted of social cost that including the private cost as well as the external cost we included. In such a manner, we should internalizing this hidden cost into prices, and also we should frame the economy in a policy design circle. These market failures occurring due to the externalities and information asymmetry, etc. And we should follow a policy design circle which consisted of 4 phases. In the agenda setting, we should analyze the market failures effects. That may be the external effects or externalities, or the undersupply of public goods, or non-competitive markets, or imperfect information, etc. should be considering in the policy design circle. In this policy design circle, we should identify the issues, which market failure, which type of market failure or externality, undersupply of public goods or non-competitive markets or imperfect informations are carrying out there. Then externalities are the situations arising because of the production or consumption of goods and services. This production or consumption of goods and services is not reflected in the prices. That is not reflected in the prices of these goods and services we provided. Here, externalities are calculated with the help of true cost, that is deal in the previous slide. And this non-competitive market is also such as a monopoly or oligopoly type of markets are also facing the obstacles for the optimization of this supply or consumption of goods. Here, underproduction or higher prices that should exist under conditions of competition, causing the consumer welfare to be damaged. Here, examples of environmental issues also creating the economy in a manner of natural monopoly, that is collecting and providing water, then oligopoly power in the large supermarkets that collecting and providing or supplying the goods and services, which should increases the price in the coming future. So we should identify issues and set the policy objectives and analyze the problems and their scales, etc. Here, the government play an important role for setting up this institutional framework within which the markets are analyzing the problems and including the policy objectives, including the environmental cost and also the influence of the government for indirect participation of the various individuals. Otherwise, we are not concerning about the ecology. We are only concentrating on the economy. So the government should intervene or influence the markets through direct as well as indirect participation. Here, a large buyer, the government can use its buyer power to encourage supply of new goods and services which are environment friendly technologies, which are using the environment friendly technologies. There can be a cost from the use of buying power to support this development of particular requirements. Then the economy should consider the problems that should associate with the environmentally supporting instruments. Just only considering the technology for the cost reduction purposes, they should pay a tax which is called the polluter pay principle or polluter pay taxes. The polluter pay principle is nothing but it is endorsed globally. Then it is paid, or it states that who caused the environmental harm, should bear the cost. Should bear the cost of cleaning up, should bear the cost of preventing damages. So these MBI or market-based instruments are a primary tool for enforce this by pricing pollution, and they ensure polluters to internalize the true social cost of their actions. The policy design should be framed on the principle of this cost to benefit analysis. Here we should enforce the pricing of pollution. As an example, pricing of pollution, we should ensure this polluter must pay the amount that the society cost. Actually, this is an action for internalizing the cost for the pollution that he made. This should be the policy design. Here the governments can act directly buying green products or through shaping the behavior through influencing or regulations or providing economic incentives. This government can design these policies in such a manner. So market-based instruments that should provide the right signal for fixing the prices that including the societal cost. If the society is more want to facing societal cost rather than his internalizing cost, he should monitor the result and evaluate the performance of the company and also adjust the policies as needed by giving them subsidies etc. The polluter pay principle states that the polluter should bear the cost of measures to reduce the pollution according to the extent of either the damage done to the society or exceeding the acceptable level, that is a standard of pollution. Actually, the standard of pollution is done by UN in 1997, and fixing this standard, they are framing that we also have a acceptable level of standard of pollution. We should evaluate the result, monitor the result or performance, or adjusting the policies and giving more regulations on the basis of these evaluative purposes. Here we may given some subsidies or taxes to the producer because of internalizing the social cost, or giving the subsidies to the buyers or the consumers in the existing markets in order to overcome the environmental problems they facing due to the production process carried out by these environmentally harmful technologies. Here we should outweigh that the potential cost of distorting the competition by giving more environmentally friendly way. Here, government can create an additional markets, or where the consumption or production of goods or services is encouraged or discouraged. For example, by using an emission trading scheme. This emission trading scheme, actually this is harmful to the society, but these emissions are tradable, and some tradable permits for emissions allow the competitive market to determine whether the price, whether to determine the price producers need to pay for the permits, and should ensure that pollution is reduced in the most effective way. Actually, this state aid is defined as an advantage in any form that is conferred to the selective basis to undertakings by national public authorities. Despite the general prohibition of state aid, in some circumstances, government intervention is necessary for a well-functioning and equitable economy. So, environmental policy designs should frame or reviewing their best approach for securing the environmental objectives. The cycle starts by identifying the issues that we need to be addressed. Then the second stage continues to the policy design, and also enforcement. Then only the evaluation is carried out. So the related behavior or strong understanding of these policies gain acceptance for the adopted policy to secure a better results. So agenda setting, policy design, implementation, and evaluation should be the policy design circle that should that should the government use for framing market-based instruments. These market-based instruments are effective for policy analysis, and thereby we can understand different types of policy instruments. Here, these policy instruments are of three types. First one is regulatory instruments. The second one is market-based instruments. And third one is by the cooperation of both system and individual voluntary measures. These regulatory instruments including the command and control approaches. These regulatory instruments giving directions or ban or permits or regulations to the concerned individuals. The second category of environmental policy instrument is nothing but market-based instruments. These market-based instruments are policy tools that use economic incentives like taxes, fees, then tradable rights, etc. to influence behavior. They provide a knowledge about the relative prices of the commodities, and also by changing the relative prices of polluting versus clean activities, giving individuals and firms a financial reason to choose a greener option. They're considering the cost because of the pollution they emerged, and also considering the benefit that the cleaner environment or cleaning activities that individuals get through various effective strategies. Actually, these market-based instruments are mainly four types. There are various types, but here we are discussing only the four types of market-based instruments. These market-based instruments including the environmental taxes, tradable permits, then deposit refund schemes, then environmental subsidies. These are the major market-based instruments that we are dealing in this presentation. The voluntary measures, including the bilateral agreements. The third category of environmental policy instruments are voluntary measures, and these including bilateral agreements, or we are voluntarily agreeing to follow the commitments that we made to the society. These are made by the help of education and training or the management of environmental policies. These policy regulations and the market-based instruments and the voluntary measures that together contributing for environmental sustainability or a cleaner environment or a greener environment or a climate resilience. Then the environmental policy instruments, including the command and control approaches that provide a little flexibility in achieving the goals. Because we are banning the plastic, we are giving permission to some environmentally unfriendly changes that all are controlled by just only orders, government orders, or some judicial activism measures. Here, market-based instruments, including the taxes, charges, tradable permits, subsidies, etc., that also create change in our behavior by pricing that product. This behavior change is made or done by pricing that product or marketing that product by considering the environmental damage that create or environmental progress that create, and giving them flexibility in how they do so. These incentives giving them flexibility by reducing the consumption of natural resources or more efficient use of this efficient or reducing consumption or more effective way, we can making the environmental progress by using less natural resource. Actually, these voluntary measures are information strategies too. They are moral suasion techniques. They are voluntary environmental measures independent of government requirement. Actually, they are implementing by management systems or publishing environmental reports or voluntary changes done by training or transferring your knowledge or some type of education, etc. In such a case, the environmental changes should be managed by rules or by a moral suasion is difficult to stand in the economy because of non-viable offenses that should not be treated as a crime. In such cases, market-based instruments are valid. So, different types of market-based instruments should be used for the environmental protection. They include environmental taxes, tradable permits, deposit refund systems, and also environmental subsidies. Here the environmental taxes on emission, inputs, or taxes on outputs that change the price and behavior while raising the revenue. The second category of market-based instruments include tradable permits. They provide a limit or setting a limits and allow the market for trading for effective pollution reduction. Here market trading is for cost-effective pollution reduction. If it changes the cost of the price of a good, example a plastic bag, then a service such as waste collection, then an activity that is waste dumping, then different types of inputs such as materials, outputs such as pollution, then a market-based instrument should focus on the economic signals. Market-based instruments should follow this type of emission, inputs, outputs, and the behavior or activity along with various economic activities. Here, tradable permits fixing the limits and allow the market for making best market decisions. Command and control measures tell them what to achieve and to fix the complaints cost or how to reduce this complaints cost or to encourage the improvement or often delivers same environmental outcome at a fraction of the price. These tradable permits provide us a measure to reducing the complaints cost or encouraging the continuous improvement, and also delivers the same environmental outcome at a fraction of the price. Here, empirical evidences shows that US government show 6 times cheaper and 22 times cheaper instruments can be used in the field of market-based instruments rather than imposing them to control pollution cost. This is the flexibility is payoff. This is the flexibility pays off. So MBIs are not universal fixes. Actually, these struggle who or when monitoring is too costly, enforcement is weak, or illegal dumping becomes a cheaper alternative. That is the context matters. Here, different types of market-based instruments that includes environmental taxes, tradable permits, deposit refund systems, and environmental subsidies. These are for a green tech or a less obvious tools like liability schemes and green public procurement and eco labels. These environmental taxes means taxes directly target the polluters, like a fee per ton of CO2 emitted. Then charges to recover service cost, like wastewater treatment. Both raise revenue and change the behavior. But they must be carefully calibrated to avoid these unfair burdens. These tradable permits and deposit refund systems, environmental subsidies, etc., are an alternative to the environmental taxes. This environmental tax is to be a right tax. Fixing is too hard, too low, or want to change the behavior, or too high, or to change hurt the competitiveness, or hitting the low income households hardest, etc., should be considered. Here the transparency and clear use of revenue are key to the public acceptance. The right tax or the right tax rate fixing is hard. Then the next option is tradable permits. Here we are fixing the limits or set a declining limit on total pollution. Let firms buy and sell allowances. EU emissions trading system in the world's largest example for this tradable permit system. It guarantees an environmental outcome while minimizing the total cost. Here, allocating allowances, etc., are also a method for tradable permits. Here, allowances can be auctioned. Tradable, in case of tradable permits, these allocations can be auctioned. And raising the public revenue, a given away process or a giveaway process for free to ease industry transition. But free allocation can undermine the environmental goals if overdone. Auctioning is more efficient and fair in case of tradable permits. The next market-based instrument we dealing with deposit refund systems. In such a case, surcharges on products refunded upon return, encouraging recycling and proper disposal. Deposit refund systems. Think of a bottle deposits. You pay extra upfront. To get it back when you return the container. This system is dramatically boosted recycling in countries like Sweden, South Korea, and even in Kerala is today by making waste valuable. Here, deposit refund systems refunded when returning. These bottles is refunded to the company. You should get a return. And this is encouraging the recycling process and proper disposal of that bottles. The next method is environmental subsidies. These environmental subsidies are the financial support. Actually, because of their bearing the societal cost, they should give a support for clean energy or green technology, or beware of environmentally harmful products. For a higher environmental protection level, we should pay the subsidies to the concerned individuals. This is also for making or supporting a clean energy and electric vehicles. This will create a market too. By giving subsidies, we can distorting the markets too, because locking in pollution technology markets. This pollution technology markets should be locked or distorted by the subsidies is a method to managing the environment. Various other measures are also there. And also one of the famous method that is, or the common method that is used in various economies through the research and development they carried out, that is the instrument mix. Instrument mix is actually, this is not a tool suffix. Mixing the carbon pricing and mixing the research and development activities supports, mixing the standard setting, we can manage the environment in a more resilient way. How to manage the climate, how to manage the economy as well as the ecology is a fast challenging question we facing. Because of this, we should follow different types of market-based instruments together in a policy. These policies are known as instrument mixes. Instrument mixes. With a coherent mix, instruments reinforce, not undermine each other. These various types of instruments should be arranged in a coherent manner. By combining carbon pricing, fixing the limits, and also the research and direct support, then developmental measures should be considered for the future as well as for the current economy as well. Here, environmental tax reforms should be considering for these market-based instruments as well. There are some core principles for managing the market-based instruments. Firstly, we should consider the environmental effectiveness of these policies. Then only we considering the economic efficiency of these measures. then we should consider the equity principle. Equity and equality should be considered for the well-being of the individual as well as the economy. In a market like India, this competitive consideration should be only in the fourth place of our analysis. Then only